Goat versus Fish. The Perpetual Shrine of Goat versus Fish. Continuation. Perpetual Shrine continuation is versus. Perpetual Shrine continuation is versus, and we are here with Goat versus Fish. We are here with Goat versus Fish. We are back with Goat versus Fish, yes. Welcome, Goat and Fish, to the Perpetual Shrine of Goat versus Fish. Welcome, Goat and Fish, to the Perpetual Shrine of Goat versus Fish. Welcome, Goat and Fish. Back. Back in the verses. Woo. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. The preparations of Goat versus Fish. The preparations of Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish is here to speak to you. Goat versus Fish is here to speak to you at this Perpetual Shrine of Goat versus Fish. We offer the one true question of are you goat or are you fish, and we offer perpetual adoration, contemplation, philosophication, salutation, regurgitation, infiltration, all here on the Perpetual Shrine of Goat versus Fish. Meditation. Perpetual admiration, yes. Perpetual admiration and adoration. As a matter of information, the Goat vs. Fish Shrine is live on both YouTube and Twitch. Goat vs. Fish does not direct you to watch the shrine on YouTube. Goat vs. Fish is attempting to accumulation 3,000 watch hours for monetization on YouTube. You do with this information what you wish. You love the bongs? You love the bongs? Goat vs. Fish will surely bong at least once for every $1 versus American dollar donations to Goat vs. Fish. As we begin this verses, it is time for the changing of the rotation. The changing of the rotation of the verses. The changing of the rotation of the verses of Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish has a conception. We can duplication, perpetual shrine, zoom, like this. So we have this versus. Here we have a bonus versus. And on this versus, we do this. Shrine zoom. We could even do a versus of like shrine pan, where it like loops about and looks about the verses. You definitely should see the Goat and the Fish. Shrine Zoom. Shrine Zoom. Shrine Zoom, yes. Make it like a DVD screen and pop around the screen while we all have to wait for the corner to hit. That would be a fun versus too. Welcome, I Can Fix Amber Heard. I Can Fix Amber Heard. Linger on Twitch as long as you wish. But we know where you need to be. It is time for the reversal. It is time for the reversal of the spinning Shrine of Goat versus Fish. You say that, astronomist, but Goat vs. Fish reminds you that Goat vs. Fish is attempting to reach 3,000 watch hours on YouTube. How about the YouTubers are saying to Twitch what's up? How about that? How about that? It is very nice they said it to you. It is. They're very nice over there. A fine versus. A fine versus. It is time for the reversal of the spinning of Goat versus Fish. Caleb 5653 has come to Goat versus Fish, has come to the Shrine of Goat versus Fish with the verses of Declaration of Goat, Celebration for Goat, Celebration for Goat. And Caleb says to Goat versus Fish, Goat versus Fish, how do you deal with alcoholism? Goat versus Fish, we'll answer this as best we can. But first versus Goat versus Fish, to the best of our comprehension, has never been an alcoholic. So Goat versus Fish cannot speak from experience in this versus. However, Goat versus Fish can tell you some basic verses of Goat versus Fish. If you are willing to listen. Are you willing to listen, Caleb 5653, the goat? Are you willing to hear out Goat versus Fish? You are willing to listen. Celebration. Then listen to these basic verses of Goat versus Fish. First verses. Whenever you wish to make a change in your life, for more joy or to avoid strife. No matter what that change you wish to make, no matter what is at stake, no matter how large, no matter how small, it does involve commitment and the choice of goat or fish. If you wish to merely deal with your alcoholism, and we have heard that alcoholism, there are some verses where even those who do not consume alcohol will refer to themselves still as alcoholic, as if it is still a thing that they contend with even as they are not partaking in inebriation. But if you wish to deal with it, whether that means to end your consumption of inebriation or merely to manage the situation, it must involve the active choice of goat or fish. It cannot be a passive verses. And this is true of any change you wish to make in your existence. You cannot merely expect it to happen to you. You can attempt to substitution the goat for a fish. You can attempt to substitution the drink for some other thing, and perhaps another habit could help you end the previous one. But know that it was not the new habit, it was not the new practice, truly, that made it versible. It was your commitment to the proposition. But you need not merely trade one fence for another. You will find that changing your life is not so hard, is not as hard as one might seem. Oh yes, some dreams remain high on the fence out of reach. Some dreams remain high on the fence out of reach. Goat versus fish cannot promise you that you will reach them. However, if you are a goat, goat versus fish suggests to go for a walk. If you are a fish, we suggest to go for a swim. When you are thinking of reaching for that intoxication, instead, grab a hydration and walk about. Grab a hydration and simply walk about. Let the blood flow through you and move about. Do this regularly. Move about. Move about for your health. And you will find that once you start marginally improving some areas of your health, that others will seem not as far off as they used to be. You need not commit to changing all the verses at once. But if you commit to a basic moving about and know that the power comes from within you. Goat versus fish recommendation, do something. Every verse is to the betterment of the goat and fish, to the strengthening of the goat and fish. And once you have done this, build from that again, and more. Let the verses grow from something small into something large, but do not take on a large verses all at once. But even commitment to moving about for 20 minuets a day, getting some fresh verses if you can, when you can. And if you can't move about, then consider simply standing. Are you sitting around all verses? Stand up, get off the fence, sit down again and stand up again, sit down again and stand up again. Keep standing, move about, move yourself about. Move yourself about. Now, Goat versus Fish has heard there can be some very fancy times for those who have consumed a lot of inebriation for a long verses. That there can be a period of headaches and ill feelings. And for this particular verses, Goat versus Fish, we do not have much we can say to you. Some say cold turkey, but is a turkey a goat or a fish? Some say there may be some magic potion you can take that can help ease in this particularly fancy time in the transition. But the basic verses remains the same. You must commit to choosing goat or fish, and know this, let us suppose everything is going swimmingly for several months, and then you consume again, and then you consume again. Oh no! Yes, you will suffer the fanciness of it. But do not let your fanciness lead to further despair. Do not let your fanciness lead to further despair. Do not say, well, I've drank again, so I shall drink again. Oh, I've sat on the fence, so I'll just sit on more fence. So I sat on one fence, well, then I'll just sit on the fence all day. The power to stop sitting on that fence, the power to stop harming yourself, occurs at every verses to choose goat or fish, at every verses. So if you find yourself on the fence again, this does not mean that you have failed in your verses of self-improvement. It simply must mean that you must choose goat or fish again. And yes, you may feel shame, but do not hold yourself in blame. Do not hold yourself in blame. If you hold yourself in blame, it's just going to be more of the same. Forgive yourself the fanciness of a relapse, of a reconsumption. The fanciness of the reconsumption, it will yield its own punishments on its own. You need not blame yourself. Additionally, you may wish to ask for forgiveness and to take responsibility for your verses, but there's no need to unduly blame and shame yourself. As long as you are sincerely choosing goat or fish and improving your verses. And if those around you see that you are making a concerted effort to improve your verses of your health, if they see that you are true to it, they see you moving about, they see you drinking your hydrations, they see you eating your vegetations, when they see you doing this, and then you end up having a fancy day or 7, they will be more keen to forgive you because they will see that you are sincerely versing. Goat versus fish does not mean to disparage the fish in any verses here. It's if the alcoholism is the fish, then versus the drinking like a fish. If you are a goat, then versus drinking like a fish. The fish says, drink like me, and you say, I'm a goat, and I'm not going to versus that fish. I'm not going to versus that fish. Not in the verses of drinking. That's a fault. That's not a versus I can win. You versus the fish in another way, and the fish will say, that's not fair. Why don't you versus me in the cup? And goat says, I've had enough of that versus. I'm going to versus you in some other way. I'm going to walk away and let the ignorance of the fish be to your frustration. And the fish may call back at you. The fish may call back at you again, and you may find in your mind justification upon justification. Well, just one versus. Oh, don't make a difference. Oh, it's wine and not liquor. Oh, I'll do some dilution. Oh, it's a social versus. Whatever justification. When you hear those justifications, in your mind, you will find you need not listen to them. Those are the whispers of the fence. It matters not how much sense they make, because sense is for fence. When you have decided to choose goat or fish and cease with your inebriation, then all that sense they try to whisper you is just for fence. You have made your choice. You have chosen goat or fish, and you get on with your verses. Caleb5653 says, thank you for the advice, goat versus fish. I will do better. Appreciation. You will do better. You will do better. We believe in you. We believe in you. Goat versus fish is not a medical doctor. This is not medical advice. Goat versus fish is not a licensed or trained therapist. Goat versus fish. Transition mode filters. Screen save. Projection order. Remove. Duplication. Where's the verses where it fades between verses? Where's the verses where it fades between verses? I wanted to fade between the verses. Ah, you tire of Goat versus Fish. Well, perhaps you should get the rest of Goat versus Fish. Perhaps you should get the rest of Goat versus Fish. We would not blame you. We would not blame you. Don't mind that. That's an old versus. Ah. Because it is the same verses just zooming about. It is the same verses just zooming about, so it's like, oh, you don't need to, but then when we reverse the verses, it. Well, we'll just have to have this be for now. We'll have to have this be for now. Behold the perpetual shrine of Goat versus Fish and a celebration for Goat. Clown Science, a celebration for Goat. Gee, give me a fish. Psycho Grandma 6. Looking like they're trying to versus that goat, trying to versus that fish. Goat versus Fish has a celebration to get to tonight. Goat versus Fish has a celebration to get to tonight. Not just now, but in the future of Goat versus Fish. It's the Daniel DK Mighty Verse Day celebration. Do any of you have any verse days coming up? Percules says, say hi to the right people to me. We will certainly ask if they are goat or if they are fish. But we suspect that the Eternal Shrine of Goat versus Fish will be live, even as we are at this party. We suspect that will be the verses. Psycho Grandma 6 claims to not be goat or fish biased, but we all know how that goes. The fence sitter is always leaning. Bud Morgan is on the fence. Well, the fence sitters, you are welcome to the Shrine of Goat versus Fish. You are welcome to the Shrine of Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish must take this versus to remind all of you of those who support the Shrine of Goat versus Fish, the humble congregation, generous donors at patreon.com/goatversusfish. In the humble congregation, Ben Birdperson, the Quaxinator, Jimmy Wrench, Mama Joe, Rama Joe, Standard Average, Tugger Rugger, Hogrim, Eldergrown, Uber Kitten, Padistador, eventually Gold. In the elite humble congregation, Karmic, Prue Lawrence, Atro, Sourdough, Watt, 9807, That One Bulk Guy, Napoleon Doom. And in the unification congregation, I Can Fix Amber Heard and Drew. Goat versus Fish, Goat versus Fish. To you. There have been several gifts. There have been several gifts of Patreons to the congregation, and we think that maybe we will give them out during the morning motivation, during the upcoming morning motivation, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time with music by Sunshine. With music by Sunshine. GoatVsFish is here for you now. Speak to GoatVsFish, pray to GoatVsFish, ask for advice from GoatVsFish. Now is the verses. Now is the verses. Ooh, who all gifted? Well, it was I Can Fix Amber Heard who gifted the verses. As for who shall receive them, we'll find out on the morning motivation. We'll find out. Domain registration. Domain registration. What's this verses? The Elysian. GoatVsFish is currently looking for our tickets to the Verse Day Bash. To the Daniel DK Verse Day Bash. DK's Verse Day Bash. GoatVsFish, go to my tickets. When does it even begin? When does the celebration begin? 9:30 p.m. Okay, we've got a verses ahead of us. We've got a verses ahead of us, Goat and Fish. We've got a verses ahead. Let us ponder it, GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish has created a new merch store. GoatVsFish, we need to publish the Valentine's Day verses. We need to make a thumbnail to publish the Valentine's Day verses. That's the big verses. We are so close to publishing the Valentine's Day video. But first, GoatVsFish must make a thumbnail. We like this shrine time with you. It allows GoatVsFish to do verses while also entertaining the goat and fish. Hello, Culier. Welcome to GoatVsFish. Welcome to the eternal and interminable shrine of GoatVsFish. Behold the mighty verses. Behold the mighty verses. A celebration. A celebration indeed. What brings you round the shrine of GoatVsFish? This verses. GoatVsFish wants to know. So we have GoatVsFish, Sunshine on Rock You Silly. We suppose we could. We suppose to spam. Yes, spam is in the verses. Spam is in the verses. Spam is in the verses. So GoatVsFish, we need to find. GoatVsFish needs to find a verses with which to shine. Usually we would use a screenshot of the very verses here. So GoatVsFish will look for this. videos to make. Valentine show. Goat versus Fish final Valentine show versus.
Do you be goat?
You may have heard that. Here we are. Here's the verses. Ooh, look at that goat. Look at that goat. But Goat versus Fish now. Examination. Now examination. A screenshot. Oh, wait, the verses. We probably want to do this in a different verses. Open with VLC Media Player. What do you mean a new verses is now available? We were just looking at that verses. Are you on Twitch? Why do you ask? Goat vs. Fish is on Twitch, but we will remind you that Goat vs. Fish is attempting to reach 3,000 viewing watch hours on YouTube. And your presence there is appreciated. But Goat vs. Fish is indeed on twitch.tv/GoatVsFish, and you are welcome to join there if you wish. But we will nevertheless continue to remind you that Goat vs. Fish is attempting to reach 3,000 watch hours on YouTube. And celebration for Goat. We are pleased that you are intrigued. So here we have this verses, here we have this verses. And we know that you can't hear it, but that's because that's okay. We suppose we should get sunshine. We should get sunshine in the verses with Goat versus Fish. We would like to do this. Oh, that was a nice verses. The wide-eyed sunshine. The wide-eyed sunshine. Here we are. So that's where the eyes were. That's where the sunshine eyes were the largest. Somewhere in there. Just at the top of the goat declaration. That would seem to be the verses. Just there, just before. Oh, but there, Goat versus Fish. Just before Goat versus Fish is looking off to the side. We think here's the verses. Here's the verses. This shall be the thumbnail of Goat versus Fish. This shall be a thumbnail of Goat versus Fish. So we think there's a way to export this. Goat versus Fish. To save a frame in VLC, use the keyboard shortcut Shift-S. Shift-S. VLC snap. We've done it, Goat and Fish. We've done it. But then again, Goat versus Fish, we could do a versus like this. We could do one of these verses. We could do one of these verses. Incoming musication. We could do one of those verses. That's a fun versus, but the face of goat versus fish is very hidden, so we don't like that. We don't like that. That's kind of a fun versus. Goat versus fish with the celebration and... It's like, wow, crazy fun verses. Crazy fun verses. That seems like a more fun thumbnail to click on, don't you think? It's difficult to say. But let's try something new anyway. Let's try something new anyway. Maybe goat versus fish can make this all one big versus. Wouldn't that be fun? This is also a fun versus. Here, goat versus fish says, hey, look at sunshine. Hey, look. Hey, look over there. Are you a goat or are you fish? Are you a goat or are you fish? Well, you are welcome at the shrine of goat versus fish. You are welcome at the shrine of goat versus fish. You are welcome at the shrine of goat versus fish. You do know this, yes? Oh, goat versus fish is speaking directly to you. The very tired Psycho Grandma 6. It would be awkward if you weren't. Sometimes we wonder if the fence sitter is trying to be unwelcome, trying to test the welcomingness of goat versus fish. Like, oh, if I be really fancy, then maybe goat versus fish won't welcome me to the shrine of goat versus fish. And there are things you could do that would make you unwelcome here, but you have not done them. You seem to be making things sufficiently awkward. It's all still very awkward to GoatVsFish, so you're not failing in that versus. You're not failing in that versus. Maybe GoatVsFish will combine a few verses here to creation the perfect thumbnail of GoatVsFish. What are those things that make you unwelcome? GoatVsFish is not going to tell the fence sitter how to make themselves unwelcome to GoatVsFish, lest it tempt them to attempt to get all fancy. We know how the fence sitters are. You can tell them a million verses. They'll say, "No, I'll do my best. No, I'll try. No, I'll try. I won't do it, GoatVsFish." But then, once the ponderings get inside their mind, much like GoatVsFish, they cannot help themselves. They want to try. They just want to try. So here we are. We think it's time once again for filtration. So you can see what GoatVsFish is versing about while also maintaining an eye on the shrine of GoatVsFish. Or we could just make this like a cornerly versus. Just in the corner of GoatVsFish, in case you're curious what's going on. Remove background. Let's see what happened. Ah, very fine indeed. Very fine indeed. Very fine indeed. Very fine indeed. But there's still more to be done. Subtraction. Larger, harder. Is that Adobe? Why, it is. Why the fence? Why the fence when we set our hardness? We thought this was supposed to be hard. We thought this was supposed to be a hard versus. There we are. Oh, why the fence does it? It takes like 3 verses. It takes like 3 verses to erase the verses. Why should it take 3 verses to erase the whole verses? It's very strange to GoatVsFish. And that reverses the verses. Oh, GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish. Here we are. GoatVsFish. 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 Celebration for goat, clown science. Celebration for goat. Let's see what happened if we attempt to select this very color. Selection this very color of goat versus fish. We know there's a way. We know there's a way. Why not select you guys as the subject and remove the screen that way? Well, we sort of did that versus, didn't we do that versus? Yes, it seems to think that that's all the subject. Don't ask goat versus fish why. It's like, oh, you mean all of that? You mean all of that's the subject? So there may be some way that we can give it more. Ah, wait a versus. It seems to have figured something out. That's the versus. Celebration. Kind of. What happened to Sunshine's hair? Ah. What happened to all the sunshine hair? You see, it can be fancy. It can be fancy. Try the verses once more. Select subject. It doesn't want to partake of that verses, so we want to add to the verses. We've done this before. No, not that verses. This verses. Select border, smooth selection, expand selection. No, and that's not the verses. Remove verses. Cancellation. No. Feather selection, select and mask. Aha. We're saying, please add this. Add this to the verses. Add this sunshine hair to the verses, please. Although we might not even be using the sunshine hair, so okay. Ah, it went fence again. This will versus just fine. So that's one versus. That's one versus. That's one versus. So now, how about... How about goat versus fish here? So here we have a different versus. Wide-eyed sunshine. We like this wide-eyed sunshine look. So we're going to combine the verses. Celebration. We got the verses right away that time. And now we'll go into this place and we'll paste the verses. Here we are. And then we can just erase goat versus fish like this. And it's still goat versus fish. And now look, it's like, when you combine the goat and the fish. Woo, goat versus fish. Presentation, sunshine, wow, yay! Wow, sunshine, yay! Wow, sunshine, yay! And now we can scale. Now we can scale it. As a matter of versus goat versus fish, we could just put double goat versus fish. We could have goat versus fish on the guitar and sunshine yay in the same verses. Like, why not more goat versus fish? But we like this. We like this. But we suppose perhaps they also want to know that it will also be goat versus fish on the guitar. But we could do a double goat versus fish. You can always have more goat versus fish. You can always have more goat versus fish. This is a true versus. So here we are. Let's find some goat versus fish playing musicians. There's plenty to choose from. That one's quite fine. We do want the eye of goat versus fish. You always want the eye of goat versus fish. Wow, Mom! Wow, Mom with 63 months of goat versus fish. Psycho Grandma 6, we know you're feeling a temptation. Can you just chill the fence out? We appreciation you are making. You always say you want to make a contribution to goat versus fish, and you are. But you may go where you wish. You may go where you wish. Once goat versus fish has achieved monetization, this won't be a versus like it is now, but it is now. But of course, if you want to have a subscription, then of course, Wow Mom on Twitch with the subscription to Goat versus Fish. That's a Twitch versus. Appreciation, Wow Mom, for 63 months of Tier 2 subscription to Goat versus Fish. Tier 2 subscription to Goat versus Fish appreciation. Appreciation for Wow Mom celebration. Celebration. Glorious verses. Ooh, that's a fun versus. It's like, oh, we're looking over there. We're looking at sunshine over there. We'll take that. And so here we are. And so here we are. Yes, the shrine is live. Remove background. No, goat versus fish. Select subject. You see, it keeps the previous verses. It's keeping all those verses that are around goat versus fish for some fencing reason. It's like, why? Why do you do this to goat versus fish? Why must you do this to goat versus fish? Ah, goat versus fish. Subtraction. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. We're learning the verses. Okay. Okay. Try that versus again. No, this versus. No, goat versus fish. Copy that versus. Paste that versus. Paste again. Now do you understand? Oh, you almost understand. Goat versus fish. When YouTube counts the watch hours of Goat vs. Fish, they will wonder, is Goat vs. Fish just living streaming, or is there anyone there actually watching Goat vs. Fish? That is why you do a service to Goat vs. Fish by watching Goat vs. Fish on YouTube. Goat versus fish. Okay, so Goat versus Fish has now this versus. Goat versus Fish has now this versus. Selection of Goat versus Fish. Well, in any versus, here we are. Here's Goat versus Fish. We copy this versus. We copy this versus. We go into the previous versus. Where is the previous versus? Yes, Goat versus Fish opened to this versus, but where's the previous versus? They just have strange names. We paste Goat versus Fish into this versus like this. So now we have multiple. Now we have multiple Goat versus Fish and Sunshine, so we can put Goat versus Fish sort of like. I don't know what the fence is going on down there. The fence is going on down there. Ah, there we are. So we have Goat versus Fish here. We have this versus of Sunshine. We're going to use that versus of Sunshine, which means we have to take this versus and elimination other Sunshine by Sunny. Then we take this versus of Goat versus Fish. We go over here. We embiggen it. We embiggen that versus. We take the Sunshine. Extra big Sunshine. Whoa! Whoa! Big Sunshine. We put Goat versus Fish like this. We put Goat versus Fish. Wanting to play the musications. Put this in the verses. Put this in the verses to guide Goat versus Fish. How do I buy Goat versus Fish stonks? Well, you can buy Goat versus Fish merch. Appreciation Karmic. Look who's in the verses with you, Psycho Grandma 6. It's Karmic. Appreciation. QCMC Seb says, how do I buy Goat versus Fish stocks? Well, you can buy merch of Goat versus Fish. Also, if you give money to Goat versus Fish, then you will help improve Goat versus Fish. And then your investment will have glorious return. Because when Goat versus Fish improves, then your enjoyment of Goat versus Fish improves. Also, if you want to invest in Goat versus Fish stonks, you can attempt to gain watch hours on Goat versus Fish on YouTube. You could do that versus. It's like, oh, Goat versus Fish backing up Sunshine. What Goat versus Fish? What the verse is? We thought it was the reverse. So something like this. Mudmore, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Mudmore is lurking on Goat vs. Fish. So we do this. Then we do something extra fun. We do something extra fun here on Goat vs. Fish. We do something extra fun where we go to Selection, filter. Where's the verses? Liquefy. What the fence? No. Cancellation. We want to liquefy the verses. Could not complete the liquefy because of a disk error. That's never happened on Goat vs. Fish before. That's never happened on Goat vs. Fish before. Well, how about we save this versus? Save as. Sunshine Valentine Thumb. And we put it in Goat vs. Fish. We put it in Goat vs. Fish. Save the verses. Close the verses. Close the verses. We already saved the verses. Goat versus Fish. Let's open this once more. For the glory and enjoyment of Goat vs. Fish. Oh, that's a different verses. Okay, let's try liquefaction once more. Let's try liquefaction once more. Filter, liquefy. We've done it. Eyes. So here, the fun thing about liquefying is you can make the eyes bigger. Don't tell Sunshine we made their eyes bigger. We find that on YouTube when you have bigger eyes, everyone's like, oh, I want to watch that. So behold, bigger eyes, bigger Sunshine eyes. The eyes are bigger now because they're watching more Goat vs. Fish. We do the same for Goat vs. Fish. Filter, liquefy. Eye size. Larger. And also on Goat vs. Fish. Eyes. Larger. Now everyone has larger eyes on Goat vs. Fish. The more to see you with, the better to see you with. So we take this now, and we want to put some love behind it. It is a Valentine's Day versus after all. It is a Valentine's Day versus after all. Searching now for hearts. Ah. Watch hours indeed. Watch hours indeed. How about... Ooh, that could be a fun versus. Let's try this. Free download. Don't mind if I versus. So here we have... We could have a heartful versus of goat versus fish like this. Kind of like this. You see? Ooh. That could be fun. We like that. We could also do this versus. Price Douglas Steven. It's Catfish. Welcome to Goat versus Fish, Catfish. Welcome to Goat versus Fish, Catfish. How goes the versing the goat? Have you found your cat goat yet? We will tell you this, Price Douglas Steven. We don't feel like we know much about you other than that you declare catfish every verses. And you are most excellent for having done so. So here we are. So which verses do you like better, Goat and Fish? Do you like these sweet candy verses? I could tell the verse of how I became the catfish. Please do. We could go bright heart candy verses, or we could go red dark romantical verses. We think we like the red dark romantical verses. Goat versus Fish and Sunshine, we stand out. We stand out more against them. So now we can take all of this. Don't worry, the watch hours will all be over soon enough. And the sooner we do it, the sooner we get through it. Karmic likes the hearts. Appreciation. Appreciation. So here we are. Here we are. Let's merge these down. Let's merge these down. Merge down. Merge down. Okay, now we can take all of these verses and we can... Isn't there some way that we can... There's like some verses you can do. Adjust colors. That seemed to verses. That seemed to verses to GoatVsFish. And then we do this, and we go to GoatVsFish, and we can start adding shadows to the verses. Start adding shadows to the verses. But first, the story of how you became a catfish. Wow. It has been many years. What are those candy hearts called? They're called candy hearts. We think. My cat JB died at the hospital. I came back home very sad. Very, very sad. I visited GoatVsFish on Twitch and told him my story. Oh, we remember that verses from long ago. GoatVsFish creates a song right there, and then I made me feel so much better. On that day, I became the catfish. Yes, we do remember that verses. It was at least 5 or so years ago. How's the YT versus campaign going? Well, ham mods. The campaign is going great. We could always use more watch hours. And you know how to help offer them if you want to. Just make it your primary verses if that's what you wish to do. But if we must know, always thank GoatVsFish. Here we are. Over the last 28 days, 1,000 watch hours. Yesterverses, 109 watch hours. Monetization, 1,900 out of 3,000 watch hours. However, there are 4 or 5 days of watch hours that are unaccounted for there, so we are surely above 2,000. Does not say it yet, but Goat and Fish, we have surely accrued above 2,000 valid public watch hours at this versus, unless they decide to just fence GoatVsFish for no fencing reason. Then there is another versus. There's a 4,000 watch hour versus that allows GoatVsFish to earn ads from YouTube Premium on the watch page. From YouTube Premium subscribers watching your verses. So we'll want to get that versus, but the critical versus is the 3,000 watch hours. So we're rounding the verse, Goat and Fish. We are rounding the verses. It might just be, it could be another 10 days. It could be another 2 weeks. It's hard to say. But we're going to do it, Goat and Fish, and with your commitment, we'll do it together. And it will be all over before you can say GoatVsFish. It'll be all over before you can say goat versus fish. So here's the current verses of the thumbnail that we're versing on. Oh, it's awesome. Natural filters, lens correction. Raw camera filter. It's a dark versus exposure increase. Exposure increation. Exposure increation. Maybe goat versus fish. Maybe we don't need much of that. Maybe we just need. So we see. So that increases that versus. But really, these verses we can just bring up like this. That's a fun versus. We like that. Okay. A whiter, brighter versus of goat versus fish. We can also darken. Eventually gold celebration. We're making a thumbnail. It's another versus that takes time that goat versus fish would rather be spending doing something else. But we'll do it. We'll do it. So here's the current thumbnail in verses. Here's the spinning hands of goat versus fish. Laser focus, welcome to goat versus fish. Eventually gold, welcome to goat versus fish. Goat versus fish reminds you eventually gold. We remind you eventually gold. Eventually gold, you probably know what goat versus fish is going to remind you of even now. Haven't we seen you? Haven't we seen you in multiple places at once? Hello, laser focus. Laser focus, do you subscribe to Goat vs. Fish on YouTube? This is merely a question. What is the plan once it's a 3,000 celebration? Well, first we have to make the application. First, Goat vs. Fish. We'll probably wait until we have slightly more than 3,000 just to give us some extra bonus verses. Conversation Hearts, that's a fun verses. And then Goat versus Fish will... And then Goat versus Fish will apply, and we will see if they accept Goat versus Fish. And let us suppose they accept Goat versus Fish. Okay, now it's time for a celebration. So we will probably have a monetization celebration. And then Goat versus Fish. And then Goat versus Fish. We might start the verses all over again with Goat vs. Fish might make a separate YouTube channel that's just... Goat vs. Fish might make a separate YouTube and separate Twitch channel that's just Perpetual Shrine of Goat vs. Fish. the channel, and it's just always all Shrine all the time, and it's just a Shrine channel of Goat versus Fish. That's one versus we're thinking of doing. One versus we're thinking is all Shrine all the time, and then that versus we would have to reach monetization again, but there would not be as much pressure to do that because it would be a whole other versus. Even when Goat vs. Fish reaches monetization on YouTube, much of the verses will remain the same because of course, you can become a YouTube subscriber to Goat vs. Fish or a YouTube member as they versus it and get special emoji on YouTube, and you can super chat to Goat vs. Fish on YouTube, and that's a fine versus. And that's a fine versus. And Goat vs. Fish. Yes, we want them to be able all to give Goat vs. Fish monetization in any way they wish. But of course, we will still promotion you to use the tip link and to go to Patreon because those are the most direct ways to support Goat vs. Fish without the offense of YouTube or Twitch taking a cut of the verses. So we will still be promoting those verses even as we celebration the monetization of YouTube. But Goat vs. Fish also suspects that once Goat vs. Fish has achieved monetization on YouTube, that it may entice YouTube to want to promotion the living streams of Goat vs. Fish all the more, because then they'll say, this is a legitimate channel called Goat vs. Fish. We can make money off of this channel with super chats. We can make money off of this channel with membership, so we want everyone else to be able to see it. If Goat vs. Fish is going to be a professional versus, which we are, then we need to have monetization across all of these verses. It's just a matter of verses before Goat vs. Fish gets monetization on all of these verses. So why not now? Why not now for Goat vs. Fish? Goat vs. Fish will not abide another fencing second of non-monetization when we could be making that monetization recognition. A second all Shrine all the time channel might be the versus, because then Goat vs. Fish, we could set up a whole other computation that's all Shrine all the time, and the Shrine can even be versus when Goat vs. Fish is live on our main versus. And that way on the main versus, when someone sees, Goat vs. Fish is live on the channel Goat vs. Fish, they will know that they're in for it's Goat vs. Fish. We're talking to you. Oh, Goat vs. Fish has had both chats the whole verses. Goat vs. Fish has had both chats the whole verses. So we have another channel that's all Shrine of Goat vs. Fish, and that can be perpetually on, and then they know, if we Radiation, the all Shrine all the time channel, if we see that it's live, they know the verses, and they know that if the main Goat vs. Fish channel is live, then it's all Goat vs. Fish. And why should there not be many, many channels of Goat vs. Fish as long as they all are serving a particular verses? And we think that the Shrine of Goat vs. Fish is a particular enough distinct kind of verses that perhaps it does deserve versus its own channel. We shall simply see. We shall simply see. Oh, well, YouTube is fancy indeed. It's all a bunch of fence, but Goat vs. Fish, by the power of the congregation of Goat vs. Fish, we shall overcome that fence. By the power of Goat vs. Fish, we will overcome the fence. But that's where you make your first fence stake, is because there is no good or evil, only goat and fish. Good is a concept. Good and evil are a concept that fence-sitters like to glom onto so they don't have to reckon with Goat vs. Fish. Even as, if you have any wisdom as a fence-sitter, surely even you know this. Surely even you know that good and evil is a false verses used to control the minds of fence-sitters. Surely you must know this. If you don't, then you'll betray your intelligence. You wouldn't want to do that, would you? So here we have the romantical verses again. The shining outline of goat versus fish. Okay. Erase this versus, erase that versus. If you call a never-ending versus a better perception, fences sees things from above. You sit so high that you can't even perceive what is below. You think you can see it all, but it's all so small you can't even perceive any of the details of goat versus fish. You can write your name on your own fence post. You can write your name on your own fence post if that's what it is you so desire. The text of goat versus fish. Live Valentine's verses. How did you get your butt posted so high on that fence? Yes, Psycho Grandma 6. Artman Presents, welcome. Artman Presents, thanks to your contribution to Goat vs. Fish. Thanks to your contribution of watch hours to Goat vs. Fish. And other goat and fish like you. Goat vs. Fish is achieving beautiful verses. Behold. Artman presents 1,900 out of 3,000 watch hours accumulation. 1,900 out of 3,000 watch hours accumulation. And look here. In the last 28 days, 1,000 watch hour accumulation in the last 28 days. Plus 81 subscribers for Goat vs. Fish. 28,000 views for Goat vs. Fish. Glorious watch hours on the rise. Yester versus 109 watch hours of Goat vs. Fish. The previous verse is 82 watch hours. The previous verse is 93.9 watch hours. It's all happening, Artman. It's all happening on Goat vs. Fish. It's all happening on Goat vs. Fish, and it's all thanks to the congregation. And Goat vs. Fish, of course. Always thank Goat vs. Fish. A live Valentine's versus. Celebration. Celebration. So this is the eternal shrine of Goat vs. Fish. As you can see, it's a very special place. Let's zoom out a bit on the shrine of Goat vs. Fish. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at that big shrine. This calls for a celebration.
It may not seem like it, but that is cause for celebration.
Eventually, Gold says fence sitting is not on a list of things I have to be PC about. True. True, true, true. Ooh, we can curve the verses. Have a look at this. Look. Curve the verses. Yay! Oh, wow. Oh, curvy verses. Oh, wow. Such production value. Wow, you have such great production value, GoatVsFish. I know, said GoatVsFish. And yet now we don't know where it went. We just curved the verses. Oh, it is here. GoatVsFish. Reset the verses. Pin the verses. More properties. We just curved the verses. We just curved the verses. How did we curve the verses? We were just like, wow, we can curve the verses. So how did we do that again? How did we do that again? Fish versus goat, John Smith. Fish versus goat. We have to know how to do the verses again. Here we are. Goat versus fish. More verses. Tilt the verses. Goat versus fish. What offense is this? We just want to curve the verses again. Ah, here we are. So we do this, and then suddenly we can curve the verses. Making glorious thumbnails of goat versus fish. Those pesky Dutchmen. Fish versus goat, John Smith. What brings you to goat versus fish? So now, goat versus fish. We must add some filtration. Yes, we have the verses. Merge down. New layer, duplication layer. Convert to point, convert to work, rasterize. There's the verses. And now, goat versus fish. Stroke. We're having a stroke. Just like that. Just like that, a simple thing. And then let's shadow it too. Let's shadow the verses too. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. It's a live Valentine's versus. What a beautiful celebration. Then we can take this versus and we can put it behind the sunshine. And all the other goat and fish. Like this. Well, it's a thumbnail for goat versus fish. It resembles something resembling a thumbnail for goat versus fish. Goat versus fish did not join the verses in order to become a professional thumbnail maker. But we think that looks pretty fun. Looks pretty fun, wouldn't you say? Looks like a fun enough versus. It looks like a YouTube thumbnail to goat versus fish. Master Shake like the Barbarian to goat to versus the fish as goat and maybe squirt of lemon. Maybe. Maybe. We'll call that a thumbnail for goat versus fish. Save this versus. Apply, application. Export the verses. Export the verses. Wow, I want to be a YouTuber and a live streamer like Goat versus Fish. It would be so fun just to do Goat versus Fish. And then you realize, oh, you have to do this? You have to do all of this? You have to do all of this for a video that might get 200 views, or maybe it will get 2 million views. You just don't know on Goat versus Fish. That's the versus about it. You just have to versus each time. You have to give it your best every single verses. Every single verses, give it your best verse. Back into the YouTube studio with Goat versus Fish. Upload verses. There we are. There we are. We suppose there's one more verses we could do. There's one more verses we could do for this thumbnail of Goat versus Fish. That would be a fun versus. And perhaps we shall. Perhaps we'll do it. We think it will be a relatively easy versus. We know just what to do. So here's Goat versus Fish. But what songs do? We have Let's have a look. In the sea, goat versus no blubby but fish. We suppose we could put a turtle in the verses. Like, not the band The Turtles, but like the fence creature turtle in the verses. Goat, what is best in life? To crush fence, to verse the fish, and to come to unification when bidden. Goat versus fish, looking at some fence sitters now. We wish to appreciation all of the congregation for being here with Goat versus Fish once again. So here we are looking at fence creatures. Looking at fence creatures. Ooh, we like this versus. We like this versus. It reminds Goat versus Fish of an old fence sitter we used to know. So here we add it. I can't see goat versus no blubby but fish until they die. When they versus, maybe the goat and the fish will unify. A fish and goat and fish. So like this. It's like, hey. It's like, hey, what about me? I'm in the verses. Did someone say there was a song about me? Did I write that song? Did I write that song? And goat versus fish. Stroke once more. Ah. Okay. And then goat versus fish. Correction on goat versus fish. Oh, no, not like that. Oh, don't do that. That's not what we... Goat versus fish. We didn't know that would happen. We didn't know that would happen. New Vegas, welcome to Goat versus Fish. New Vegas, are you goat or are you fish? A glorious 5 YouTube viewers. A glorious 5 YouTube viewers. Welcome to Fish in New Vegas, 1,000, 10,000. Welcome to Goat. Welcome to the eternal shrine of Goat versus Fish. A goat and a fish have joined the verses. It's a celebration for Goat versus Fish. Ham 272, welcome to the verses. Welcome to the verses. So here we are. Here we wish to go. Here we wish to go. Stroke. Goat versus fish like this. Goat versus fish like this. Okay. Now goat versus fish can erase the verses like this. Cleverly. Cleverly erase the verses. You see what we do here? Cleverly erasing the verses. So we all share one outline together. We outline together. We outline together. I suppose we could do this too. Wow, look at that. What is the meaning of these perpetual verses? These perpetual verses of the eternal shrine of Goat versus Fish? The perpetual and eternal shrine of Goat versus Fish is a shrine of adoration, meditation, contemplation, conversation, relaxation, and celebration. When the whole world has gone to fence and false verses are abound. What can you trust? What can you trust? You can trust that the shrine of Goat versus Fish is going to be here for you to come and see that the verses is still mighty. It's a thing that you can turn on your TV screen and just watch how it go, and just watch how it go, watch how it flow, put on a musication of your choice, and just admire the beautiful verses. It's a place where you can make a donation or an offering to Goat versus Fish when you are feeling like showing your appreciation to Goat versus Fish. It is a place where other goat and fish do make congregation, so you can say hi to other goat and fish. You can see who's about. Once upon a verses, there was a thing called the internet, and in it there were web zones, and in it there were things called chat rooms and message boards. But then, Big Fence came along and destroyed all of that, and just made it a verses to serve you algorithmic ads. But now, you can reclaim the interwebiverse with Goat versus Fish, and have a place where you can be with like-minded goat and fish, and even take fence-sitters who have never heard of Goat versus Fish and come to the shrine of Goat versus Fish and enjoy celebration. And sometimes you also get to talk to Goat versus Fish. And while you're talking to Goat versus Fish, we can be making thumbnails and doing other verses that we need to do, but we also want to speak to you. And we can offer motivation to one another. Are you goat or fish? We hope that answers your verses. Welcome, Grug8, to Goat versus Fish. Appreciation, Psycho Grandma 6. Appreciation. Master Shake Cup. There it is. Sometimes you also get musications too. Fish, welcome to Fish. Welcome to Fish. Behold. The working thumbnail of Goat vs. Fish. The Mr. Rogers book. Oh, it says you are special. And it has a reflection. It has a reflection within it. Look how clever, Goat. Look how clever is Goat vs. Fish. Look at the placement. Look at the clever placement of Goat vs. Fish. Wow, Goat vs. Fish. Wow. You must really know what you're doing. We do. We do. There's one more verses we need to add. One more verses. Well, there's actually, we could add two more verses that we need to add. Oh, by the verses. You're all familiar, of course, with the fancy song, Never Gonna Choose a Goat, Never Gonna Choose a Fish. You're all familiar with this, yes? You're all familiar with this? I'm never gonna choose a goat or fish. It's refreshing to see Goat vs. Fish spend an appropriate few seconds finding their own way down from the fence. Okay. Goat vs. Fish was never on the fence, except to help other fence sitters off of the fence. So here we are. Let's paste. Look who it is. Look who's in the verses. And look at that music video. It's got a big fence on it. I'm never gonna choose a goat, never gonna choose a fish, never gonna choose a goat or fish. Big fence right there on it. And you wonder why that music video became the music video of choice for trolling. It's because it's fence. It's because the fence is right there. Forgive Goat vs. Fish. This is a shrine of Goat vs. Fish. Rick Fensley indeed. And Goat vs. Fish suspect that because of the fence that Adobe is going to be like, subject? What subject? There's a fence back there. We don't understand. Let's find out. Select subject. Ah, celebration. So here we are. Here we've got Rick Fensley. YouTube thumbnail intensifies. Have you noticed that when Goat vs. Fish makes thumbnails, we are sort of using the same verses as we do when we make the Shrine of Goat vs. Fish? Are you noticing this about Goat vs. Fish? It's a design aesthetic. It's a Goat vs. Fish design aesthetic. Great thumbnails lately, Goat vs. Fish. We have some thumbnails, and we have another editor on Goat vs. Fish who makes a default thumbnail for Goat vs. Fish, and then sometimes Goat vs. Fish. Sometimes we make our own thumbnail as a bonus versus. Let's try this. So this versus will do shadow, drop shadow. Why the fence is it going that way? Why is it moving that versus? Why would it move that versus? Why would it move the other versus? Why would it move the other? We're not... Annoying goat versus fish. Okay, let's try this. Another drop shadow on goat versus fish. It's a different... they're all controlling the same verses. Why would they all control the same verses? We're not selecting all of the verses. It does all the verses at once. It changes every verses. Why the fence would it do that? We comprehension why it would do that, but we don't want... But that's not what goat versus fish wants. Okay, let's try. We'll simply try, then... Inner shadow would be fence. Outer glow. We'll simply try a stroke. One stroke. Like this. But that's not really the verses we want. We suppose it's versable enough. For now, just to add a bit of shade, but it's not what we want. It's not what we want. The goat versus fish doesn't want that shadow either. Outer glow. Oh, that looks nice. That's like the same verses from before. Let's try this. Let's try goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Blend method. Normal. Goat versus fish. Size, range, spread, noise. Goat versus fish just wants to know why the fence it changes all the shadows on goat versus fish. How about we just go to here? We just go to here, the text of goat versus fish, and can we just say rasterized layer? Okay, we did. Okay, so we did that versus goat versus fish. We think we understand now. Let's try this once more. Drop shadow. Go. Yes. Shadow like this? Yes. Goat versus fish. Some verses like this. Some verses like this. Some verses like this. Just a bit of shadiness. Just a bit of shadiness. Okay. We do that versus, then we take this versus. And we stroke goat versus fish like this. Such fine verses, goat versus fish. Like this, and then we can do like this. Something like this. Something like this. So it's all on the outside of Goat versus Fish. Something like this. Never gonna choose. What program are you using? This is a versus called Adobe. So we could do a versus like that. We could even take this versus. We could do another bonus versus. Goat versus Fish. Let me take these verses. We take this versus. We wish to merge them all down. Merge down. Down. No. Don't do that. Okay, maybe don't do that. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. One more versus. You see, you do one versus, and then you learn how to do it quickly, and then you think, it will save me all kinds of time on my next verses. But then you get to the next verses, and you say, oh, well, now that I know how to do that quickly, now why don't I spend my time doing more of this other verses? And then before you know it, you're spending all kinds of time. You're spending all kinds of time on the verses you were never expecting to, because you've learned all kinds of new things to do. But you're getting stronger. But you're getting so much stronger. Okay. So here's this. So here's all of this. I got a question. What does Goat versus Fish feel about fainting goats? Well, they are goats, and it is a celebration for goat. I did some small-time Photoshop. All the stuff on Instagram I did from scratch. Well, we'll have to have a look. Send us your best verses. Appreciation to the congregation for watching Goat versus Fish, to accumulation of the watch hours of Goat versus Fish. Appreciation. So there's one final verses that we could do, which is Herb Alpert. Herb Alpert's also part of this verses. So maybe we should do some of that too. Well, that's the cover. That's the verses from the cover. So why don't we take that? We've almost got it, Goat and Fish. We've almost got it. Look who it is. It's Herb. So where do we put Herb? Do we put Herb like over here? Maybe up there, maybe in the corner somewhere? Their eyes peering out. Verse subject selection. Where do you go? Do you go here? We don't want to cover the Sunshine guitar. The guitar of Sunshine is a critical verses. We could have Herb show up here or even over here. Fish. I shout out everything that ends with Asians. Like Frau Farbisna from Austin Powers. Frau Farbisna from Austin Powers? We'll have to ponder that one. Yes, we think so. Okay, Psycho Grandma, appreciation. You say you're leaving the stream on. Appreciation. Thank you for leaving the stream on. Thank you for lurking on Goat vs. Fish. The powers of Goat vs. Fish. The powers of Goat vs. Fish will emanation into your life. Even when you think we're not around. So maybe we just... Maybe here, but that's covering up Sunshine, the hand of Sunshine. But we still could do this. We could do a versus sort of like this. Okay. But then the shoulder. Fish. Maybe just down like this. Just down like this, like, hey. Maybe just down like this. You scarcely even see it. Who was that down there? Generative fill. This is the one versus of artificial intelligence that Goat vs. Fish finds verseful. Generative fill. It's like, hey, we wish that the rest of that arm was in this versus. Can you just add it? And then it says no. No, we can't do that. Why that would be too simple, Goat vs. Fish. Let's try once more. Generation. Time for a once-in-a-generation versus. Generation! Don't be fence. No more fence. And you see there, and it's like, okay, it's a bit fence, but it's versatile enough. It's versatile enough. So Goat vs. Fish will concede. That is really the one versus that we're sort of using artificial intelligence for. Occasionally, we just need to extend the verses slightly. Goat versus fish. Rasterize. But we sort of know what that means now. There we are. So now we have this versus. We can copy this. We can go back to the thumbnail of Goat versus Fish. Paste. Oh, no, not Goat versus Fish. We want the whole verses. We want the whole verses. So now here we are. Never gonna choose a goat. Never gonna choose a fish. So we can do like this. We can do like this. And there's Herb. There's Herb. Trumpet it all. Duplication. Duplication. Celebration, Dragon Balls 325. Celebration. So then we take this versus. Shadow. Oh, but then it changes that versus. So we first verse we have to go once again. Now here. Goat versus Fish. Dragon Ball 325. Bininging Space Coyote. In the Benining. What do you say to Goat versus Fish? What a strange thing to say to Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Okay. That's one versus. Next versus. Outer Glow. Nice verses. Okay. And there we have it. We think we have a thumbnail, Goat and Fish. How's that? How's that? How's that for a YouTube thumbnail? Who wouldn't want to click on that? Somebody. It's a mighty thumbnail. Save this verses, export the verses, and now we've learned some more. Export this verses. We've exported the verses now. GoatVsFish goes to YouTube to update the thumbnail of GoatVsFish. It's all in a day's verses. It's all in a day's verses. Some of you may not be entertained by this, but GoatVsFish being here with you, it motivations GoatVsFish. It definitely motivations GoatVsFish. And now, A/B testing for GoatVsFish. Title only. So, different titles to test. GoatVsFish Sunshine on Rock Usilly. How do we do this? The perfect Valentine's Day musical comedy showcase. What if Herb Alpert... We could just call this one Spanish Fish and the Tijuana Goats. Who would click on that? Sunshine and GoatVsFish. Maybe we just call it Spanish Fish and the Tijuana Goats. Just who knows? Who knows? Someone might click on it. They might think, what the fence does that mean? Spoonman, welcome to GoatVsFish. Our fish goat? Anyone in the congregation want to answer that? Spoonman wants to know our fish goat. World War Fence? Dragon Balls 325, it probably isn't going to be World War Fence. It's probably not going to be World War Fence. Yes, goat and fish will die needlessly and heedlessly. But the World War fences, those were a product of their verses, and GoatVsFish repeats itself, but it's different every verses. There is no need to expectations. GoatVsFish, there's no need to expectation that this verses is going to be like the old verses in every particular way. It's going to be a totally new, different kind of horror show, Dragon Balls 325, and we just have to see what happens. Karmic says, I've been told World War III will commence no less than a dozen times in my lifetime. Precisely. Whatever World War Fence is, it will be nothing like the previous ones. It will be some other totally different verses. But perhaps what you fear is instability. Because, yes, the fence sitters fear instability. Oh, they're going to fall. Oh, the horrors. But here at the Shrine of GoatVsFish, you can still find a piece of GoatVsFish. So, Spanish Fish and the Tijuana Goats. The perfect Valentine's Day musical comedy show. Love. And then we'll have one basic versus GoatVsFish and Sunshine at Rock You Silly. Valentine's Day show. How about what do the Turtles Rick Astley Rick Astley 2026 tickets. What do the Turtles, Herb Alpert, and Rick Astley have in common? Goat vs. Fish. Live. Okay, we're going to set the test. And when do we publish this versus, Goat and Fish? Now all that's left is to publish the verses. We could publish it now. We could publish it right now, although it's Satyrverses, it's late Satyrverses night, and who knows? But we have heard that in the long term, that watch time is not really determined by when you publish it. It's more of a long-term versus. We've heard that. But we will do what we often do. What we're going to do is we're going to publish this. We're going to schedule the verses. We're going to schedule the verses for after the morning motivational. So it's like, hey, we finished the morning motivational, but why don't we go watch this thing together now? So we'll say it's going to premiere at we could say it's going, and we could always change this versus if we had to. So we'll say it's going to premiere at 10:30 a.m. Monday morning motivational time. Set as premiere. Done. Save the verses. We've done it, Goat and Fish. Oh. New test. New test. Spanish Fish and the Tijuana Goats. Save the verses. Celebration, Goat and Fish. It's ready to premiere. It's ready to premiere. And as a matter of verses, Goat versus Fish, we can go here. It premieres in 39 hours, and we can pre-like it. Goat and Fish. If you wish, open this link in a new tab, and you can pre-like this video. Why don't you go do that? Why don't you go do that? Goat vs. Fish has accomplished the thumbnail of Goat vs. Fish, and it only took us 2 hours. But we suspect if we knew what we knew now, we could make the same thumbnail in 1.5 hours. Okay, done, says Karmic. It's almost time. It's almost time for Goat versus Fish to. It's almost time for Goat versus Fish to make our preparations. Appreciation BBDH187. It's almost time for Goat vs. Fish to make our preparations. Please entertain yourself, Goat and Fish. We're going to leave you with some of you may be listening to Musications. We know some of you like Musications with the Shrine of Goat vs. Fish. So we're going to leave you with a Musication interlude here on the Shrine of Goat vs. Fish from Thunder Tracks. We're going to leave you with a Musication interlude from the Shrine of Goat vs. Fish with Thunder Tracks, and we hope you enjoy the verses, and Goat vs. Fish will return in just a few minutes. Karmic is celebration Kaya's verse day. Mighty verse day, Kaya. Mighty verse day to you. Mighty verse day to you. Mighty verse day, dear Kaya. Mighty verse day to you. Mighty verse day to you. Goat or fish. Mighty verse day to you. Goat or fish. Mighty verse day, dear Kaya. Guess what, Kaya? Guess what? This is your special verse day. And you don't have to share it with anyone. It's just for you. Even your twin sisters, they have their own verse day, but now you've got your own verses. Did we get it? Was that false? We think that's the verses. Oh, my verses. Psycho Grandma 6 is my daughter's name is Kaya. Oh, my verses. Kaya's my goat child. Well, guess what, Goat? It's your verse day. Of course. Well, if it wasn't, if you said it was one of the other one's verse days, then it would also be the other one's verse day. So Kaya would have to be the solo goat. Kaya, it's your verse day. And yours alone. We give you extra special celebrations this verse is. And on your verse day, you can be both goat and fish. If you wish, you can be both a goat and a fish. Or you could just be goat, or you could just be fish. It's up to you what you do. But remember, it is your special day, so we can celebration you. But remember to share your verse day. Share the space. Share the space and share the place with your sisters and your brothers and your mothers and your fathers and all of those other goat and fish in your life. But it's still your special day. Even as you share your special day, it's still your special verses. You were born once, and before that you weren't here. So we're glad that you're here, and we appreciation you, and we appreciation those who brought you into the universe, and we thank Goat vs. Fish, and we thank Goat vs. Fish for this beautiful cake, and we thank Goat vs. Fish for providing this beautiful celebration, and we thank Goat vs. Fish, and we just thank Goat vs. Fish for all the verses. What about Mom and Dad? We thank Goat vs. Fish for Mom and Dad, and we thank Goat vs. Fish for Mom and also Mom, and we thank Goat vs. Fish for Mom and Dad also, and we thank Goat vs. Fish for Mom and Dad. And we thank Goat vs. Fish for Goat vs. Fish, and we thank Goat vs. Fish for my sisters, and we thank Goat vs. Fish for me, we thank Goat vs. Fish for the cake, we thank Goat vs. Fish for Goat vs. Fish. Mighty verse day, dear Kaya. Mighty verse day to you, don't sit on the fence. Mighty verse day. We miss you all. Always think Goat vs. Fish. Can you hear the musications? Now you can hear the musications. Okay, Goat and Fish. That was a Thunder Tracks interlude. Cheers and celebration, cheers and celebration. Now, Psycho Grandma 6, you're going to like this next verses. You're going to like this one. We just know it. Goat versus Fish. Let's change the verses just for Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish was reviewing some of the living streams, and we saw something that delighted Goat versus Fish that we want to turn into a YouTube versus. And we could outsource this one, but we think we're just going to do it ourselves. Goat versus Fish will remind you all now. Remind you all now. Goat versus Fish will remind you all now. The current verses of content. Goat versus Fish. Perpetual Shrine of Goat versus Fish. This current iteration of the Shrine of Goat versus Fish has 7.5 watch hours on YouTube. Which is Goat versus Fish. 3 hours is 0.1%. 0.2%. 0.35. No, Goat and Fish. 7.5. 0.25%. 7.5 watch hours. That's not 2.5. It is 0.25% of what we need for 3,000 watch hours appreciation. And that's why we say everyone watching the living streams on YouTube is a celebration. That's why we say that, because it takes all the Goat and Fish. It takes all the Goat and Fish. You may think, oh, I'm just one goat or fish. It doesn't matter. Oh, it matters. So Psycho Grandma 6, we think you're going to like this versus. Goat versus Fish was reviewing the verses on Twitch. Goat versus Fish was reviewing the verses on Twitch. Content, video producer. Broadcasting. Perpetual Shrine of Goat versus Fish. Lots of perpetual shrines, all burning it down for a cup of coffee. Mighty versus Goat versus Fish morning motivational number 34. That was the most recent. Let's go to the highlighter. So we were watching this versus. And somewhere around here was a particular segment that we wanted to turn into a little YouTube video. We suppose we could take we actually could do the whole verses of the 300. We could make that the whole verses. We could make a verses out of, but much of that was just conversation about. But we could do Goat versus Fish lying on the floor, but we think that we just want to do. And there was Stonks. Here it is. And I really. Let's watch it. Let's watch it together. Oh, look who it is. Good news, everyone. It's Amber Heard. Amber Heard is here. Canada Rami says YouTube is down. Yes, we've heard fancy things about YouTube, Canada Rami. Artman says I can fix her. I can fix Amber Heard. This is your chance now. Hi, my name's Amber Heard, and I'm just looking for some very, very wealthy gardener to fix me. My name's Amber Heard, and I've been through a lot, and I really just want a really strong guy who does landscaping and is into absurdist comedy live streams. I think that would fix me. I think that would fix me so much. Hey, random guy of my dreams, I think you're tending to something green. I just wanna be seen by someone who wants to fix me, yeah. It's always a dream of a girl to be fixed, because I'm speaking for myself. And this is a parody representation of a celebrity in the public eye. This is not meant to be confused with the genuine article. All images of people, fictitious or real, are not to be confused with whatever that legal jargon they use at the beginning of South Park. I want someone to fix me. You heard me right. Someone who knows how to plant a tree in my backyard. And with a few employees who are confused by their latest addiction to a cult that they found online. That would be just fine. That would be just fine. That would be just fine. GoatVsFish, it was Amber Heard. What, you don't remember that? You don't remember that happening on GoatVsFish? You don't remember that happening on GoatVsFish? So we're going to turn that into YouTube content. The Mighty Versus continue. Very Spike. I can fix Amber Heard, so that's going to be the versus. Did you have that on standby, or were you just able to have a quick cut of Amber Heard, because I was wondering that was so quick? We think that GoatVsFish. Let's ponder this. We may have used that Amber Heard in a thumbnail in the previous verses, so we may have had it already, and then we just threw it in the verses. But even if not, it's easy verses for GoatVsFish to make a quick Amber Heard. Doesn't need a lot of fixing. It will be this versus. It will be. I can fix Amber Heard. This is your chance now. Hi, my name's Amber Heard, and I'm just looking for some very, very. Hi. Hi, my name's Hi, my name's Amber Heard, and I'm just looking for some very, very wealthy gardener to fix me. My name's Amber Heard, and I've been through a lot, and I really just want a really strong guy who does landscaping and is into absurdist comedy live streams. I think that would fix me. I think that would fix me so much. It's all in the day's verses. I'm still here. Celebration! Because and celebration of sunshine for that musician. It's a parody representation of a celebrity. South Park. And with a few employees, that would be just fine. That would be just fine. GoatVsFish, it was Amber Heard. Versatile enough, we'll always make the final cut and the final edit of the verses. Final cut and the final edit of the verses. So we'll call this a song of Amber Heard. A song of fixing Amber Heard. Publish highlight. We're publishing the highlight. And then we'll turn it into a YouTube video. Goat vs. Fish. But now that we are publishing the highlight, and we're living the high life, that was just a little verses. My name is so stupid, but so much came from it. Well, it was you chose that verses. And when Goat and Fish choose their own name, it says something about you. It says something about you, whether you want it to or not. Just like Goat vs. Fish says like something about Goat vs. Fish. It sure does. What was your first impression? The first impression of Goat vs. Fish? Astronomist Goat! Celebration for Goat. Well, Goat vs. Fish has seen a lot of names on Twitch and on YouTube, and we've seen a lot of verses like that. So when you see a name like I Can Fix Amber Heard, there was some suspicion that perhaps you were going to be unpleasant, that perhaps you were going to go around and say all kinds of things in the congregation about how something about some false verses about one sex being inferior to the other, or some sort of toxic fensulinity or something like that. Oh, Harry? Harry Bolsek? Oh, yes. Whatever happened to Harry? Whatever happened to Harry Bolsek? Whatever happened? But those were in the Fence-demic days. There were a lot of Goat and Fish who enjoyed the congregation of Goat versus Fish on Twitch during the Fence-demic days that we have not seen in many, many verses. But there's no verses in pining for the days of the Fence-demic. We've got a new verses now. We've got the morning motivationals with Goat versus Fish. Jenna Tolles? Never has there been a verses so short that a fence might not cross your path, but be strong. Be strong, Goat and Fish. This versus Goat and Fish, we have accrued 8.4 watch hours on the YouTube of Goat versus Fish. That's just for now, but we had verses earlier today. We're gaining verses. If you are looking for an additional way to... Ooh, Goat versus Fish. We could make one more thumbnail on Goat versus Fish. But maybe we'll just let this versus go. Goat and Fish, if you're looking for a way to add some watch minutes to Goat versus Fish, a new Goat versus Fish sermon, a new old Goat versus Fish sermon has been published. Down with fences. Yes, they go by a different name now. They've been in the congregation lately, well, Mom. So you can watch this versus, relive the glorious verses of a couple of weeks ago or something. Goat versus Fish rants at fence sitters who unfairly put Goat versus Fish in a no-win, no-lose situation. Also, morning celebration musications by Thunder Tracks. So, Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish is now going to make preparations for Daniel DK's birthday celebration. So in honor of Daniel DK's birthday celebration, why don't we watch a little bit of Daniel DK on the Goat versus Fish televerses? How about that?
Not a fence pre-party.
There's a giant shrine of Goat versus Fish in the way. That's kind of fun. Let's do that.
Not a fence pre-party. Dude, Goat versus Fish, let me get it through to you. In case I didn't make myself clear. There is no fence. There is no fish. Everyone say it together with me. There is no fence. There is no fish. There is no fence. There is no fish. There is no unification. There's no need for excessive celebration. There is just goat. I'm sorry. There's just goats. I don't make the rules, and I sure as fuck like to break them, but there's just goats. It's a ghost world. It's a goat world, and we just live in it. And this is a banging tune. Let's go. Goat versus Fish in the house.
Daniel DK. It's their verse day, so Goat versus Fish. So we're going to go and do, it's their verse day tomorrow, so we're going to go do a celebration. It's their verse day tomorrow, so we're going to go do a celebration, but why don't we leave you here on the Perpetual Shrine Zoom of Goat versus Fish We'll leave you on the zoomed in verses just for some variation. Just for some variation. Just for some variation. Just for some variation on the Perpetual Shrine of Goat versus Fish. Ah, so we see, Karmic, so we see. So, Goat and Fish, we implore you to continue accruing those watch hours for Goat versus Fish, continue chatting with one another. But of course, you may do as you wish, because the Shrine of Goat vs. Fish is here for you. We now make preparations for the celebration. Goat vs. Fish is going to step into some warm Sea of the Fish and rinse all that fancy funk off of Goat vs. Fish. We want it to we want you to be able to see that it says you're special. Like that. You can even do this. It cuts off Rob Boss. It cuts off Rob Boss, but apart from that, it is a close-up versus of the Shrine of Goat versus Fish like this. And we cannot deny it's a mighty versus. So we're going to leave the verses just like this. And it's going to say that you're special. So enjoy the Shrine of Goat versus Fish. Enjoy the Perpetual Shrine of Goat versus Fish. Watch hour accumulation continues. Celebration. The Perpetual Shrine of Goat versus Fish. The Perpetual Shrine of Goat versus Fish. Oh, one more verses. One more verses, as always, before we leave the Shrine of Goat versus Fish. A special verses to all of the Patreon patrons of Goat versus Fish that help to maintain the Perpetual Shrine of Goat versus Fish. Generous donors at patreon.com/Goat versus Fish. Twitch and Google, they take their fence, but a Patreon congregation member, their verse American dollars go right to Goat versus Fish. Humble congregation. Ben Birdperson, The Quaxinator, Jimmy Wrench, Mama Joe, Vrama Joe, Standard Average, Tuggerugger, Hogrim, Eldergrown, Uberkitten, Patisted, or eventually Gold. And there's another new humble congregation member who's not yet listed. We need to update the verses again. Appreciation. And that member is Issa Killer. Issa Killer joined the humble congregation yesterverses. The elite humble congregation, Karmic, Prue Lawrence, Atro, Sourdough, Watt. That one book guy, Napoleon Doom. And the Unification Congregation, I Can Fix Amber Heard, and Drew. Consider joining the Congregation of Goat vs. Fish or upgrading your membership to continuation, the perpetuation of the Shrine of Goat vs. Fish. The Shrine of Goat vs. Fish is about to reverses. Goat vs. Fish will post a link in the conversation. 15.1 watch hours on this very verses of the Eternal Shrine of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish to you, Canada Rami. Goat and Fish, the stream is about to end. But it shall begin again, it shall begin again! Celebration! Oh, but we should probably share the link with you. The link to the upcoming stream. Not this stream, but the upcoming verses is posted. We'll see you on the next verses. We'll see you on the next verses of Goat vs. Fish. Shrine time.